we now see that we have an owner ID column, which is set to not null. That's good. And then if we go to constraints, foreign key, you'll see that we've got our foreign key, and you can take a look at the details down here. And the main thing I want to check is for actions, we do have on delete cascade. All right, and so now that we have everything set up, if I just run this query again, we should see the owner ID show up. So let's create a few entries, and before I do that, I need to make sure that I actually have some users, because I kind of went in and deleted a few things. So I've got 2 users with an ID of 20 and 21. And so what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that the foreign key points to one of those IDs. So we'll grab a post. I'm going to just set this to be post1 as the title. And it's going to be some gibberish. And then we can set the the owner ID to be the ID of a user that we already have in our database. We'll save this, and we can see that it's successfully created. Now, if I create a new post, and this time leaving the owner ID blank, if I hit save, you can see that it throws an error because this can't be set to null. And if I try a ID of a user that doesn't exist, like 57, it should also throw an error. And so it's saying that, hey, the owner ID of 57 does not exist in the users table. And I'll just change this to 21, and then it should work. Great. Now let's quickly check out the on delete functionality just to make sure that it works. And what we're going to do is let's go to, well, I'll just run the query right here. We'll do delete from, and we'll say users where ID equals, and we're going to delete the user with an ID of 20. So if everything works, we should see just this entry also get deleted in the post table because the owner is, and what we're going to do, and since that owner is going to be deleted, then we should only have this one left. So if I let's go to, yep, we can see that I'll just run the owner ID of 20 is now deleted. All right, and so that kind of handles all of the database side of things. At this point, if you try to test the rest of your application, you're going to probably run into a couple of issues. But that's just because we hard-coded our schema to match a certain number of properties. And so since we've added this new property to our posts, it's going to throw a few errors. So we're going to have to update a few things in the next video, but you'll see that updating your schema is very simple. With the changes we made in the last lecture, it's inevitably going to cause some issues with our applications. There's going to be a few things that we have to update within our app. And so let's just quickly run through a couple of our requests just to see what they look like, see what changes we need to make. And so if you haven't already done so, log in a user. And so once we're logged in, we should update the variable. And now we can retrieve our posts. So if I hit send here, you can see that we retrieve all of the posts in our application. I just have one in this case. But the first issue that I see is that we're not returning the owner ID. Right? This is a brand new column, and I would expect this information to get sent out to the user. And the reason why it's not included in here is that we have to actually update our schema, because our schema probably doesn't have that owner ID because we never added that in. And you might be thinking, well, do we actually need to send it? Yeah, I think it makes sense for us to send it because in any application, the user should know who creates a post. So ultimately, they're going to have to get that information. And so we should provide the owner ID. So let's go to our code. And if you actually go to the posts router and take a look at the get all posts, you'll see that the response model is going to reference schemas.post. So let's go to schemas.post, and you can see that this is what we're using to return. This is the schema that we're going to use for returning posts to a user. And so this actually inherits from Postbase. So Postbase has title, content, published, and then we extend that, and we're going to add the ID, which gets created at the database level, as well as the date and time, or the created at field, which gets added by the database. So we can add it here. However, I'm sure you're thinking, well, could we add it at Postbase? Should we add it at PostCreate? Well, let's think about this. Right, the first thing that we have to think about is when we create a post, should we be passing in a owner ID? Well, that we 100% absolutely could do that. And that actually does kind of make sense. So in that case, if we did want it to be available or require it for creating a post, then we would add it under post create here as well. Or we could just add it under Postbase so that both of them inherit it. However, what we're going to do is we're actually not going to require the user to provide the owner ID. Instead, what we're actually going to do is we're going to let the logic of our route to actually just grab the ID from the token and then use that as the field. So we don't actually need the user to pass that into the body. So we're not gonna use that field or apply that field to either one of these classes. We're just gonna do it for the post class, which is the one that's responsible for sending the post out. So I'll add a column here and we'll call it owner ID. And I'm gonna say that this is gonna be a type of int. All right, let's save that and let's see if that makes a difference. So let's hit send. And so now we can see that we get the owner ID. And that's really all the changes we have to make. So if we actually go to get one post and we look at our code here, and if you look at the post.py, for getting an individual post, you can see that we're returning the same exact model. And if we take a look at creating a post, we return the same model. So all of those will be updated accordingly. And same thing with the update post. The update post also uses schemas.post. So since we're using the same schema for all of them, we don't have to do anything else. And we could just quickly test that out. So I'll do get one post. And I realized we have to actually get, what was the ID? ID is 4. So we're going to update this to be an ID of 4. You can see that we now have the owner ID there. We update it. All right, we can once again get the owner ID. And at that point, it looks like everything else is good. However, if we go to create posts real quick, and we create a post, right, we get a crash actually. So there is an issue with creating a post, and I'm sure you guys can guess exactly what it is. Take a look at the error when we try to create a post. Right, it's saying there's some kind of SQL error, and it says there's a null value in column owner ID. And that makes sense. So we'll actually tackle this in the next video, and you'll see that it's going to be pretty straightforward to actually get that resolved. So in the last video, we learned that the create post functionality is broken now, because if I try to create a post, you can see that it sends back a 500 status code. And if we take a look at the logs, we can see that it looks like there's some issue with the SQL, and it's saying that the null value in column owner ID violates the not null constraint. And so looking at our model, we obviously set the owner ID right here, and this is set to be nullable false. So we actually have to provide who the owner ID is for this new post. So how do we do that? Well, let's go to our post path operation, and let's go to the create post path operation. And so it's right here. And so nowhere in this code are we actually providing a user ID or owner ID into this new post that we're creating. We're just grabbing the post, which comes from post create, the schema, and if we look at that schema, you can see that we do not provide a owner ID. And like I said, we're not going to actually pass the owner ID in the body. What we're going to do is whoever is logged in and creating the post should automatically be the owner, right? If you're logged into Twitter and you post something, Twitter knows that you're the one creating the post. So whatever ID is associated with your account, it's going to set that automatically. So we shouldn't have to pass that in the body. We should automatically retrieve it from your authentication status. So within post, right, you can see that we have the current user. And so we should be able to get the current user or the user's ID. So if I do current_user.id, and we can remove this, I don't need the email. And if I try to create a post, it's still going to error out. That's okay. I just want to see what it prints out, though, before the error. And you can see we got a lot of errors. That's okay. And you can see that it printed out the ID of my user, which is 23. And just to double check that that's actually my user, I'm going to select star from users. And you can see that 23 is Sanjeev@Gmail. So we can just take that and just add that into the new post object. And so we're creating the new post right here where we reference models.post. And what we're doing is we're just spreading out the schema that we got from the body. And so to actually add the ID property, it's very easy. All we have to do is just say owner_ID is going to be set to current_user.id. So we're just grabbing that from the getCurrentUser function, just like we did right here. And I think we probably need a comma there. This is delete hey error post 4. Each going to be a exact same as at the 4. And right server should get an error involved. Post to be post. And just to kind of quickly recap, we define this post, and then we're going to grab the original query, and then we're just going to append a delete so that we delete it. That's all. And let's just make sure the update is set up the same way. It looks like the update one was already working that way, so it should be good to go now. Hopefully there's no errors. And let's try this. And once again, we got an error. And it looks like function object has no attribute ID. And I realized my mistake again. First of all, this is getting stored as current user, not get current user. So we need to change this to be current user. I'm not sure why I did it like that. It seems pretty goofy. And then this also should be current user, right? Because we're calling that function and we're storing the result in current user, so we want to reference the variable. I'm not sure if that was like an autocomplete that did that, or I just had a brain fart. Either way, hopefully it's the last of our issues. So let's try this. All right, perfect. Look at that. Not authorized to perform that requested action. That's to be expected because we don't own that post. However, if I do a quick search again, I do own the post with an ID of 8 because we can see the owner ID is 23 and that's who I'm logged in as. So let's try to delete post with the value of 8. Send. And we get a 204, so that means it's successfully deleted. We'll do get post just to verify. And we can see that we get those, just the one post now. So that seems to be working. I'm going to go back in. Actually, let me create a post real quick because I no longer have a post. All right, so we create a post. And then and it looks like it updated a little bit. Let's check our database always. It looks like it's update post with 9, with an ID of 9. Which is an authentic, and I'm not exactly sure why when I updated this post, but that's okay. And so I think that's going to wrap up this video. We've handled the update and delete so that we can only update and delete our own posts. All right, before we proceed any further, I do want to talk about one last thing, and that is that when we do get posts, which is an authenticated route, so it requires you to be logged in to retrieve the posts. If I try to retrieve the post, you'll see I get posts from every user. Now, this may or may not be the resistance after work, more like a social media app, where you can post for a specific user that's logged in. It's very simple. All we have to do is do a filter. So this should actually be up. I found that this, whatever type you put here doesn't actually impact the code. So put whatever you want. You can put in a, some sort of dictionary that actually correctly matches it. And then at this point, I believe I'm still logged in as user 23. If I try to retrieve all posts, looks like I got nothing. And that could be a little bit of a problem. So let's see what we broke. And the easiest way to kind of troubleshoot this is what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove the .all. So that's going to return the query. It just won't actually run the query, and I'm just going to print the query. Let's see what that looks like. Sometimes it helps to see the raw SQL. So let's hit send. All right, we should get an internal server error. That's to be expected, but I just want to see my print statement. All right, so let's see our print statement. So select, we're getting all of the columns. That's expected. From posts, where post ID equals this value. So that looks like it's perfect. Well, let's just quickly see before we move any further what exactly is my user ID, and we'll just check our database. Okay, and we'll run this again, and then we're going to check. Right, so 23, and then if we go to our database, and I realized the exact mistake that I made, and this is a stupid mistake, right? This is looking for a post with an ID, with this specific ID. We don't want the ID of the post, we want the owner ID. So we'll do owner underscore ID equals current user ID. All right, let's test this out now. Once again, an error, but I just realized I forgot to update this to be .all. And then we'll try this again. And now we get all the posts.
So the issue was I forgot that router, like how you define your post is something which is of matter. So once we send this particular string, it was treating this as the post ID, basically matching this thing with this one. Now as mentioned here, and it was trying to do everything on this, and then it was saying that we are getting a string but we wanted an ID, so it's not processable. Once I moved it on the top and like giving a logic same, now as soon as we send this is what it matches. Like now if I just remove this, let's say pass 1, it should be giving me post also 9 there, I guess. Or let's say 17 there. What post 8 we should have. What post we have? Post ID. Start from 11.
And then we'll try this again. And now we get all the posts with an ID of 23.
猫ちゃん
I'll log in. That should update the token. So now if I do a get all posts, it should return all posts with an ID of 21. And so that's how that works. And then if you want to see how that looks like for retrieving an individual post, we'll go to get underscore post. And to actually handle this logic, it's going to be the same thing as a delete. So you can just copy what we did for the delete one. And here I can just say post.owner. And this should do the same exact thing. So now if I do get one post, well, first of all, let's take a look at all of our posts. Remove that things break anything once again. So let's get all posts. We get all posts. And let's get an individual post, regardless of who owns it. And that's all fine and dandy now. Now, just kind of thinking ahead of what our front end would look like, even though we're not going to build it. Taking a look at any social media type application, when we retrieve the posts, we usually want to embed the user's ID. So we want to know who actually created the specific post. We wouldn't just put the owner ID because none of your users understand that ID. They want to see what is your Twitter handle, what is your email, whoever created that, we want to see their user ID. So it looks like for all of the posts that we retrieve, we would have to then send a second query to retrieve, hey, what is the information for user with an ID of 23, and then we'll see whatsoever. But what it does is it'll is but that's what we're returning. And use so this them before, and you have seen them, you just had no idea what they were. And so I'm on Yelp.com, and I'm just doing this for demonstration purposes. But I'm just going to do a quick search here. I've just picked a random city. In this case, it's Miami. We're going to search for that. And I want you to take a look at the URL. It's, the results of a request. So, if we're trying to retrieve posts, maybe we don't want all posts. Maybe we want to get posts that were created in the last 2 hours. Maybe we want to get posts that, if it's a social media type app, maybe we want to get posts that have received over 100 likes. Right? These are all things that you would do, using query parameters where you can say, hey, you could just pass in a key and a pair, and you can say, I want to find posts, that are less than 2 hours old. And so a lot of other operations that are necessary in an API, things like pagination, those are all going to be done with query parameters. And if you take a look at this one, since we searched for Miami, right, it looks like it passed a query parameter called find_loc, which probably means location. And then it says Miami, Florida. And so it's going to basically talk to the API and say, hey, listen, I need you to get me all the restaurants, and I want you to filter down based off of restaurants in Miami. And so that's kind of how query parameters work. And so for us, it's up to us to define what query parameters we want to allow and what we want them to do. And it's going to vary from app to app, but you'll see that most APIs have a couple of query parameters that they all use. So let's go to our app real quick. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to our post router. And in this case, we've got our path operation of retrieving all posts. And what I want to do is I want to let the user be able to kind of filter down on the posts that they want to see. And the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to allow them to specify how many posts they want to retrieve altogether. So I want to give them the option to say, hey, I want 10 posts, or maybe I want 100 posts, or maybe I want 50 posts. We should allow the user to define that. And so to our argument, so let's go to our get all posts. So we'll say that, by default, if they don't provide a limit, we're going to say the limit by default is 10. Yeah, send a query parameter. It's very easy. You just type in a question mark. Then you grab the name of the query parameter, which once again is limit. So we'll grab limit. And then you say you set it equal to whatever value you want it to be. So if I want to get a limit of 3, put our query so that it now takes into account the limit. And with SQL Alchemy, anytime you want to perform another operation, you usually have a built-in method. So I'm going to remove this .all for now. And so if I want to limit the number of results, I just do dot, and then let's see what methods we have at our disposal. Since we're looking for something that limits something, let's maybe check to see if there is a limit method. And looks like I don't see one. Different result. What I want. Let's say 0. We don't want to skip anything by default. And to add this to our query, we use the keyword offset. We do offset. And then here I'm going to say offset equals skip. All right, and so we should be able to skip over both of these. And so if I provide a skip of 2, you can see it first starts out at 9 and then 11. If we do skip 0, right, it shouldn't skip any, right? 10 and then an ID of 4. If we skip 1, it should just skip the 10 and then start off on 4. And we can see that the first one is 4. So it allows us to skip over posts. And so that's ultimately how we're going to implement pagination on the front end, is because the front end should be able to skip based off of what page they're on. So if each page returns 20 results and you want to go to page 2, then you want to skip 20 results. If you want to go to page 3, you would skip 40 results. Now the last query, we have to search. And we're going, however, this is, we can't exactly give a default search. So I'm going to say this is optional. It's going to be an optional string, so we don't have to provide this. And the default is just an empty quotes. And it looks like I have to import optional from Fast API or from typing. And so here I'll just say import optional. And this is going to give us an optional query parameter. And so what we're going to do here is I'll say filter. And to filter this, it's just kind of like how we filtered based off of a specific user ID or a specific post ID. I can say models.post .title, and then we can use a method called contains. So we can say contains and then the search keyword. So this will allow us to provide some kind of string, and it'll just search for the entire title of a post, and it'll see if so this be the key search functions. Just put 10 and then start off on skip 9. Right, we're going to import last query on to the random. And so once again, this post ID, I can say models.post.title, And then we can use a method called contains. So we can say contains and then the search keyword. So this will allow us to provide some kind of string, and it'll just search for the entire title of a post, and it'll see if the search keywords are anywhere in the post title. It doesn't have to match completely, it just has to be somewhere in the post. So this will give us a little bit of flexibility so that we don't have to match the exact name of the post. We can just provide some keywords like hot dogs or beaches or whatever, and it should be able to just see if it's contained in there. So let's take a look at our database. You can see that we've got a lot of ones that say top beaches in Florida. So I'm just going to do a search. And if I just search for give us the type word, and so here I'll just say import optional. And this is going to give us an optional query parameter. And so what we're going to do here is I'll say filter. And to filter this, it's just kind of like how we filtered based off of a specific user ID or a specific post ID. I can say models.post.title, and then we can use a method called contains. So we can say contains and then the search keyword. So this will allow us to provide some kind of string, and it'll just search for the entire title of a post, and it'll see if the search keywords are anywhere in the post title. It doesn't have to match completely, it just has to be somewhere in the post. So this will give us a little bit of flexibility so that we don't have to match the exact name of the post. We can just provide some keywords like hot dogs or beaches or whatever, and it should be able to just see if it's contained in there. So let's take a look at our database. You can see that we've got a lot of ones that say top beaches in Florida. So I'm just going to do a search. And if I just search for beaches, it should return all of these because they all contain the word beaches. And I'm just going to do a search, and I'll get rid of the limits and the skip for now. We don't really need that. And all of the results should be for like hot dogs or beaches or whatever, and it should be able to just see if it's the results should be beaches, and we're using SQL all purposes. They were more, but I'll just two issues into GitHub. But on top of that, The other big issue is that right now we've set this URL to go to our development Postgres instance, which is running on our local machine. When we actually deploy this to production, our Postgres server is not going to be running on this machine. It may not even be running on the machine that our application is actually deployed on. It could be on a completely different, exclusive to Athens or 2.0 file. We'll have our secret key hard coded in here. And so we'll system server use to access that. Well, let's open up a terminal. And here I'm just going to type in echo. And then we want to access an environment variable, just do % and then the name of the variable. So I'll say path with a capital P. And if I run this, you can see that it prints out that specific path. And so that's how you access an environment variable on the command line. With Python code, it's going to be a little bit different, but it's still pretty simple. I'm going to open up a new file just for demonstration purposes. You don't have to actually follow along on this. And to actually access a environment variable, we have to import the OS module. And then to access that variable, you say os dot get nv. And then within this method, you just pass in the name or the key of the variable. So in this case, it's path. And I'm just going to store this in a variable. We can call this anything. I'll just call this path. Why not? And then I'll print out path so we can see if it actually works. So now if I do pi-3 and then run example.py, you can see that it printed out that same exact path. Now to set a new environment variable, we would go to new, and maybe I create a URL, a variable name called Postgres. This is going to have that new environment variable. Try to them, and sometimes actually get, if you want to hit delete, all you. So in this case, maybe this is localhost 5432. All right, and then to actually read the environment variables that have been set, you type in print nv. And here we can take a look at all the environment variables. Most of these have been set by the machine itself. And you'll see that nowhere in here do we see, well, actually we do see my DB URL right here. However, just like I said in Windows, sometimes, depending on the terminal you're using and a few other things, sometimes you actually have to close out this terminal and open up a new one to actually get the new environment variable. But here we can just access it by typing echo, and then we can just say $my_db_URL, and you can see it prints it out. And then within Python, just like we did on the Windows machine, accessing it is the same exact way. It shouldn't matter which operating system you're on. It's the same exact thing from your code's perspective. With any project, there's going to be a certain number of environment variables, and as I said, as your project grows, you're going to have more and more of them. And one of the issues that you can run into is that you could potentially forget to set one of them, either on your development environment or your production environment, and it's probably going to cause your application to crash. And so what would be good is to perform some sort of validation to ensure that all of the right environment variables have been set for your application to actually run properly. And on top of that, it's important to understand that when you read an environment variable, it's all your access token expire minutes, right? We needed this to be an int, not a string, but when we read the environment variable, it's going to come out as a string. So we have to convert this to an integer. So when it comes to verifying that all of the properties are set, as well as performing validation, we might have already kind of addressed this issue with a different part of our application, right? And that's our schemas, right? We do the same thing with all of the data we send in the body by using Pydantic to perform all of that verification to make sure that every single property that we need is there, and to also perform all of the typecasting. So if we set it something to be an integer, it'll automatically convert it and validate that it is a valid integer. And what's great about Pydantic is we can actually use Pydantic to perform all of that validation for our environment variables. And let's see how we can actually do that. So I'm going to go to main.py, and as an example, I'm just going to import from the Pydantic library something called base settings. And so just like with any other Pydantic model, right, we can set up a class, and I'm going to call this settings, and this is going to extend base settings. And I didn't mean to accidentally import base. And here we can basically just provide a list of all of the environment variables that we need set as properties on the class itself. And so, maybe I need something called database underscore password. And this needs to be of type string. And we can even give it a default value, which is localhost. And then maybe I need a database username, which is going to be string, and we can give it once again a default password. We don't actually have to give it a default value, but if you want to, you can. And I'll say this is going to be Postgres. And then maybe we want the secret key. And this is once again going to be a type string, and we can just give it, some arbitrary default. And let's say these are the only environment variables that we need for our application to run. By setting it like this, it's going to automatically perform all of the validation for us to ensure that all of these have been set. And an important thing to understand is that when you set environment variables, if we just quickly go back to the environment variables on my machine, normally best practice for environment variables is to do all caps with underscores, right? It doesn't have to be all caps, but this is just kind of standard convention. You can see I've got some that aren't like that, but in general, you want to do it all caps. And you can see here, we reference it all in lowercase. So Pydantic will automatically handle all of this from a case insensitive perspective. So it doesn't matter if you capitalize this or lowercase everything. It'll take all of your environment variables and it'll convert it to lowercase just to simplify everything. Then we create a variable called settings equals, and then we say settings. So right here, all we're doing is we're creating an instance of this settings class. And so at this point, Pydantic will read all of these environment variables. And once again, it'll look for them from a case insensitive perspective. So it doesn't matter if they're capitalized or not. And then it's going to perform all of the validation. It's going to ensure that they're properly a string and so on. And then finally, it's going to store it in a variable called settings. So then we can access all of these variables by just saying settings dot and then the name of the property. So if I want to get the database password, I just do settings.database password. And so we can print this out. And I'll just start my application. Right, and you can see that it printed out localhost. And if I want to grab maybe the username, so just notification out, which 40. So click and we get y. I'm going to create a new file called config.py, and I'm going to move all of that code into that file. And then in our main.py file, I'll just import from .config import setting.
What's up? Huh? It's running on there.
Hey, Scotland.
right? So ultimately, we're just importing that final class, the instance of the class that we created, right? And so once again, it's able to perform the validation and it's going to report an error with the path variable. All right, so having it in its own file is going to make things a little bit easier because then we can just go to the config.py file and we'll know exactly where to look for all of our environment variables and all the configs related to our application. The last thing I want to do is let's go ahead and actually figure out what environment variables we want to use moving forward and actually set this up. So we're going to clear out all of these and I'm going to create one for all of the database related stuff. So database underscore hostname is going to be a string by default. We're going to have database underscore port. Once again, a string. We'll have a database password. And you may actually have it be an int. It just goes into a UI. That seems a little unnecessary at that point. Then there's a secret key for our set. So at this point, you could technically, whether you're on a Windows or a Mac, set these on your machine and get everything to work. But I want to simplify things, file called .env. So this is kind of standard convention, but this file, and don't forget the this file is going to contain all of our environment variables, so we can set it state defined. Local to something like this. The access. So we've got all the values set here, and one thing to note, I didn't provide any default values, and you could 100% go ahead and add default values into yours if you want to, but I'm going to leave them as such. And now we have to tell Pydantic to actually import it from our .env file. And the way to do that is, inside this class, we just say class config, and we say env underscore file, and then the path to our specific file, so we say .env. So we'll save this. And I forgot to save my env file. And then I'm going to run this again. And our application should start up with 0 issues. And so hopefully you guys see how easy it is to work with environment 0. So we'll save this. And I forgot to save. And then to actually import it from our .env file. And the way to do that is, inside this class, we just say class config, and we say env underscore file, and then the path to our specific file, so we say .env. So we'll save this. And I forgot to save my env file. And then I'm going to run this again. And our application should start up with 0 issues. And so hopefully you guys see how easy it is to work with environment variables, especially when you're allowed to set it on a file, so that we don't have to worry about setting it either in the terminal or, on a Windows machine, having to go through the GUI to do that. But one thing to keep in mind is that you never want to check this env file into Git, right? Because this has all the credentials for your development environment. Maybe you don't want those to get out, and there's no need to ever check it into Git. So if you create a git ignore file, which is .gitignore, you want to make sure that you put in .env. And we'll come back to the git ignore file when we start working with Git in this course. But you also want to make sure you remove anything with underscore pycache underscore, which is all of these. Git ignore. Check, because this has all the credentials. You never think about env file. And then I'm going to run the This again, and our application should start up with 0 issues. And so hopefully you guys see how easy it is to work with environment variables, especially when you're allowed to set it on a file, so that we don't have to worry about setting it either in the terminal or, run this again. One thing into yours if you want to, but I'm going to leave them as such. And now we have to tell Pydantic to actually import it from our .env file. And the way to do that is inside this class, we just say class config. And we say env underscore file. And then the path to our specific file. So we say .env. So we'll save this. And I forgot to save my env file. And then I'm going to run this again. And our application should start up with 5, 6. And one. Thing to note, I didn't provide any default values, and you could 100% go ahead and add default values into yours if you want to, but I'm going to leave them as such. So more that work and then working just for using our secret key to using environment variables. And so I'll use some spell move to production. We can just, on the machine, set all of these values that we have inside our config.py file, and it's going to automatically import it and then update those values wherever we reference them. In any social media type app, there's going to be some sort of a voting or likes system. So Facebook has likes, Reddit has upvotes and downvotes, Instagram has likes, Twitter has likes as well. And so we're going to implement a simple like system as well, and we're going to quickly go over the requirements for it. So the first thing is a user should be able to like a post. A user should only be able to like a post once. We shouldn't be able to like a post 10 times and then artificially cause the number of likes for that post to go up. And then finally, anytime we retrieve a post from our database or from our API, we should also fetch the total number of likes for that post. Now let's take a look at the requirements for our voting model or a like model. And so naturally, just like we have a table for users and a table for posts, it makes sense to store the votes in another table, just like we always do. And if you think about the requirements or what we should do for the columns, well, we need to have a column that's going to store the ID of the post that we're ultimately going to like. And then we're also going to need a column that references the ID of the user who liked the post. So those are the two absolute minimum number. Whenever you read or user see all this column is and this is going to be the key mean to the key things site. Well, I'm going to open up a new window so I can just switch between them. So now we have both of these windows for querying, and I can do select. Okay, that's going to throw an edit. That's the table font. Take a look at default. And then for our table name, I think it just makes sense to call it votes. Then let's set up our two columns. So we're going to have a user ID, and then we're going to have a post underscore ID. So for the user underscore ID, it's going to be a column, and it's going to be of type integer. We're going to set up the foreign key, and this will be users. So it's going to reference the users table and grab the ID field. And then the second property is going to be the on delete, which is going to be set to cascade. Right, then we'll set the primary key to be true. And that's pretty much it. And then I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. We're just going to change this to be, instead of users ID, it's going to be posts.id. And I don't know why I got auto formatted to a different line. Okay, it looks like that's what it prefers. And so save this, and assuming there's no errors, our application should restart. That's fine. Okay, it looks like that's what it prefers. And so save, and if we get able, and I'm just going to go and take a look at the properties. And you can see that we've got the user ID and the post ID. We've got the primary key set, so it's a composite key. And since it's a primary key, not null is going to be set to yes. We go to constraints. We've got, once again, both of the primary keys. We should have 2 foreign keys. And then if we just take a look at one of them real quick, we should see cascade on delete. And so if we go and view and edit data, let's test this out. 10, 21 again. Oh, sorry, it should be 21 and 10 because the user ID is the first column now. 21, 10, let's try saving that. Good. Let's try doing 21 and 9 or 21 and 88. Should error out, perfect. And then let's try 10 and some random number. Error, perfect. Now there's going to be a couple things that we need to take into consideration when setting up the vote route. So first of all, what is the path we're going to use? And I think it makes sense just to set up a new path called /vote. Just like we have for /users when it comes to handling anything with users, and we have /post for handling anything with posts, we're going to have the /vote for handling voting. Now the user ID, the user who's trying to vote on or like a post, the ID of that user is going to be extracted from the JWT token, so we don't actually have to extract that from the body. We don't need to include it in the body. However, the body itself is going to contain two pieces of information: the ID of the post we're trying to like, as well as the direction of the vote. And what I mean by direction is, do they want to vote on the post or do they want to remove a post? Because like any application, maybe you accidentally clicked on a post to like it, but you realize you don't want to like it, so you click on it again to remove that. So vote direction of 1 means that we're going to like the post, and then a vote direction of 0 means we're going to remove our like of the post. Now in our routers folder, we're going to create a new file, which is just going to be vote.py. So this is going to handle all the routing for our voting URLs. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the import statement from one of the other routers. And we'll set up our route. So let's set up the decorator first, and this is going to be a post. And I actually have to import router. We got it. Let's create our router instance. So we'll say router equals API router. And we'll set up the prefix to be /vote. And the tags, we're going to give it its own section, which is going to just say vote. And so now we can do @router.post. This is going to be a post operation because we have to send some information to the server. And the URL is just going to be /, so it's just going to be /vote then. And since we're going to create a vote by default, we're going to send a different status code. We're going to send a 201 instead of the default 200. Then we'll define our function, which I'll just call vote. Now there's going to be a couple things that we have to pass in. So since we expect the user to provide some data in the body, it usually means we want to define a schema just so that we can ensure they send us the exact information. So let's set up our schema for voting. We'll create a class called vote. And so the first field should be a post ID. We can think hours and vote dependencies. A vote. The first thing we're going to do is query to see, does the vote already exist? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say db.query, and we'll grab models.vote query, and let's also import database models, and we're going to have to require the user to be logged in before they can vote on something. So let's import OAuth 2. And so here, we're going to set up the schema, and we're also going to set up the database so that we can make queries. And then lastly, we'll get the current user. So once we get all of those dependencies, looks like we have to import session as well. And I'm actually going to move this right below the first import. Not that it matters, but... And so we're going to set up logic for when the vote direction is 1. So if vote.dir, so we're pulling the direction from the vote schema, equals 1, then we're going to perform some logic. Else, if it's 0, then we're going to perform some other logic. So if we want to we all know how to do that moving forward. And let's import. And let the user. And then lastly, we'll get the current user. So once we get all of those dependencies, looks like we have to import session as well. And I'm actually going to move this right below the first import. Not that it matters, but. And so we're going to set up logic for when the vote direction is 1. So if vote.dir, so we're pulling the direction from the vote schema, equals 1, then we're going to perform some logic. Else, if it's 0, then we're going to perform some other logic. So if we want to create a vote, the first thing we're going to do is query to see, does the vote already exist? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say db.query, and we'll grab models.vote, and I'm going to filter based off of models.vote.post_id, and we're going to say it equals vote.post_id. So we're going to see if there's already a vote for this specific post ID. However, this isn't enough because remember, multiple people can vote on the same post. So we actually have to do a second check. And we can add in a second condition by just doing a comma and then providing the second condition. So we have to say models.vote.userID equals current user vote.id. And I'm going to save this, and we're going to call this vote_query. So this isn't going to actually query the database yet. This is just building out the query. And it's going to check to see if this specific user ultimately has voted for this specific post already or liked this post. And I'm actually going to move this above the if statement. And you guys will see why we're going to do that in a bit. And we're going to then perform the query and just save that result under found vote equals vote_query dot first. All right. And so if the user wants to like a post, but we already found a post, that means he's already liked this specific post, so he can't like it again. So what we're going to say is if we already found a vote, then we're going to raise an HTTP exception. Now the status code, we're going to use a new status code. I'm going to use status dot, and then this is going to be a 409 for conflict. And there's other status codes you could potentially use. I just decided that this is probably going to be the best fit. And then for detail, we're going to just pass an F string and say user, and then we pass in the user, which is get, current underscore user dot ID. Has already voted on post with an ID of vote.post_ID. All right, but if we didn't find a vote, then what we're going to do is we're going to create a brand new vote. So I'll say models.vote, and so the post ID field is going to be set to vote.post_ID, and then we can grab the user ID field from current user.id. So this will set the two properties, and we'll save this as new_vote. And as usual, to actually perform these changes or to add this to our database, we have to do db.add new_vote, and then a db.commit. And we don't actually need to send the created vote back to the user because it doesn't really provide any useful information. We're just going to send a message that says successfully added vote. Now, if the user provided a direction of 0, that means they want to delete a pre-existing vote. So first of all, we'll say if not found vote, right? We can't delete a vote that doesn't exist. So we'll raise an HTTP exception. Status code, I think we could, and for if we did find a vote,
bye.